Okay, we're finally set up here. So the thing about doing hurricanes is a little bit different from chasing or tracking severe weather. Wait, what the heck? What's going on with? Oh, okay, that's the issue. I don't know. I was getting playback. Okay, should be good now though. But usually this takes a little bit longer for me to set things up. Right now, all you see is radar Omega right here, but with hurricanes, usually we're able to get visuals a little bit easier. Also, there's more model data to look at, which I usually will keep on a separate screen. Sometimes I'll shift that over so that way I can show you guys what I'm talking about. But we're going to be kind of shifting back and forth here, especially since this isn't over the lower 48. And this is going to make things a little bit difficult in regards to what exactly is going on over towards Jamaica. So basically a quick rundown. This is Hurricane Beryl. Still a Category 4 storm. It has weakened a bit since the last time we had discussed it. It is currently at 145 miles an hour. Yesterday, around this time, it was a Category 5 with 160 mile per hour winds. So we are seeing the weakening trend as we anticipated, and we're going to continue to see that. And that's going to be due in large part to some wind shear that's going to be out ahead of this, which is going to help weaken the storm a little bit. Before we get into actually looking at what the cameras are looking like and our current view over Jamaica, I am noticing something a bit interesting with this track. We're starting to see a little bit of a jog back up to the northeast, just slightly. So if you are in South Texas, whereas before we were kind of looking like this was going to stay towards Mexico, you might want to be watching a little bit closer. Like let's say you're over towards Raymondville, towards Port Isabel, maybe even Corpus Christi. You guys might need to be on the lookout for this. I don't know if it will be a direct impact, but I do think you will see some impacts from this storm. The thing with these hurricanes is as they weaken, they often tend to grow in size overall. So the wind field increases, the overall rain bands, just the size of the storm itself increases notably. So we'll have to keep an eye on what happens with Beryl, especially after it goes through this region towards the Yucatan and then eventually back into the Bay of Campeche. After that point, it's kind of hearsay as to where it goes from this point. And also, before we go any further, just for anyone that's wondering, this Invest 96L that's right behind us, this is not really formed into much anything. It's not really a conducive environment for hurricanes right now behind Beryl, so there's some good news to be had there. But we will still have to keep an eye on this as we go forward. Don't give this a great chance of developing right now. So there's some good news to be had there. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look at what we got going on with Beryl here. So we'll start out with some live cams. It's not what I wanted. It's definitely not what I wanted. But this is what we're looking at right now. This is Kingston Harbor in Jamaica right now. You can see that we're dealing with some really squally weather over there. Conditions have already been deteriorating throughout the day, and they're going to continue to do so as we go forward here. So this particular camera shot, it alternates between views here. So when you see that buffering sign, that's not your screen buffering. That's us switching cameras most of the time. We may have intermittent outages because we're going to be getting closer and closer to that eye wall over the course of the next couple hours. So there is a chance that we may end up losing some of these cameras as we go on throughout the day as the winds start to increase. In any case, though, hope everyone's doing well. We'll be shifting around throughout the day. There's also a chance of severe weather towards the western high plains today. Depending on how things go, we may cover that, we may not. I'm kind of leaning towards no right now, if I'm being honest, but we'll see how things progress over towards that region. I do think that it will be a later evening type of threat. Another thing which often gets forgotten about sometimes with tropical development is the rainfall here. You can already see that the water levels are very high along the flat bridge here. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. I do think if we continue to get intense conditions over here, there may be a chance this river overtakes the bridge. Hopefully that doesn't happen though. This is just basically a little cycle of cameras here. This again over towards the harbor. Right now it's just mainly raining. The winds are surprisingly calm at the moment. Probably see some bigger gusts over here as time goes on. But right now things are not terrible, surprisingly, considering that this is a Cat 4 hurricane. But Jamaica is looking pretty good. We actually do have a way to look at radar here too. Like I said, the worst conditions haven't really started to come in just yet, I think. I think the eye is still just off to the south here. Like I said, this isn't the greatest radar in the world that I have, that I'm working with here, but I'm just working with whatever resources that I have available to me. But in any case, though, this is looking at AccuWeather's radar. We actually are in the red, but it's kind of hard to tell exactly what's going on. It's just a really messy picture that we have right now. But in any case, though, see if we can get radar, our current picture now. I do anticipate that we will get those conditions to start to deteriorate as time goes on here. Here's another view of the storm from the satellite imagery here. Let me go ahead and refresh that while we're at it. The eye has not made landfall yet, by the way, to anyone that's curious. Go back to Radar Omega for a little bit. Watch that loop as well. We'll make some adjustments on the screen, just kind of keep things going here as best as we can. I would also take a look at Cuba here. I do think that there's a chance for a few water spots to come on shore over towards Santiago, maybe over towards Paleon. I don't know how to necessarily pronounce that one. Yeah, Drew, it seems like it's going to make a very close pass to southern Texas. So that sounds about right, especially with the recent trend that we've seen with the storm, where it's been kind of wobbling off to the northeast just a tiny bit. You can definitely tell the storm is starting to weaken a bit though too, because this eye wall at one point, which was perfectly clear in textbook, has now become very clouded up. It's not as it doesn't seem like it's breathing quite as well as it once did when it was at Cat 5 strength. So we can, like I said, we can anticipate some further weakening here for sure. Alright, so while I'm at it here, I guess I'll go ahead and get some music going. We'll just kind of chill for a bit. I'm going to see if I can't find any sort of cameras that I can look at through Cuba here, especially towards Guantanamo and these areas off to the south. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if there could be a few tropical tornadoes here and there, because that is the right front quadrant that we're dealing with there for sure. So can't rule that out. That's always a thing when it comes to tropical systems. Always watch that right front quadrant. Might change it up just a tiny bit today with our music. Also appreciate you guys getting us close to 10 likes to start the stream. Very good start. Trying to keep things rolling from that point. I'm leaning towards no. Seems like a somewhat conditional threat from what I've seen on models. It does seems like it eventually pops off, but I've looked and I'm kind of seeing a little bit of inhibition sneaking in there too. Low level jet isn't that strong as well. I mean, it's there, but it's either like we get a couple of notable tornadoes or nothing happens tonight at all. I do think damaging winds will be the main threat, just like yesterday. In fact, there's a better threat of damaging winds tonight versus yesterday. But there was a better threat of tornadoes yesterday, so Lee room scale type things. Alright, let's make sure that's not too loud for you guys. I'm trying to change it up a little bit today. Feel like we've been using that same playlist for a while. It's not going to be heading towards your area, though. And then also, I got to work a little bit, too, tonight, so there's also that comes into play. Like, honestly, there's actually even a chance of tornadoes in Russia today. Maybe we might be able to cover tomorrow's threat. I don't know. Just kind of in a weird spot with finances right now. This whole off season from work is kind of, it's not bad. I'm not complaining about it necessarily, but I just can't let myself fall too far behind either, though. Well, actually, heck no, I'm not working tomorrow. It's the 4th. What am I doing? I still got to do a little bit of work tonight, though. But yeah, I'm not touching work tomorrow. That's crazy. Let's go back towards the cameras here, see what we got. Alright, so we do have some sources, by the way, from Cuba that we can look at too. Don't have a lot of views. We're off to the north here. We may not get anything. Ah, it's a drone. Come on. Give me something. Oh, these feel like more like advertisements instead of live cameras here. Yeah, we don't really have anything in Cuba after all. At least not from this site. Alright, let's try Guantanamo. Just when I thought I had them all right. Okay, that's not it. Alright, that's definitely not it. Dang it. I mean, I figured that we don't have great relations with Cuba, so I figured that there was a chance we wouldn't be able to pull it up. But dang. Alright, let's settle on a couple cameras in Jamaica right now. I'm trying to find the one that's near the harbor. I think I found it. One second, guys. I had it earlier and then I lost it. Is it down? Alright, so I only have one from the harbor. I thought I had two, but apparently that one's not working right now, or I can't unearth it. It looks like even that one's starting to struggle here. Here's what I got right now. Now it's starting to buffer. You have to figure this kind of thing happens with these stronger hurricanes, but can't really get a great idea of what's going on with it right now, which kind of sucks. Alright, make sure you guys are hitting that like button, by the way, if you haven't already. I'm working hard to try to get you some kind of view of the storm here, but definitely seems like this camera might be down now. Yeah, that camera's down too. Sheesh, man. Things might be picking up over there, but we aren't able to see it. Yeah, that cam's down too. Dang. I'm having a hard time trying to find anything. Let's see if this is working any better. It's overlooking the cultural district of Jamaica. Up there that goes. Yeah, things are definitely looking like they're starting to pick up over there. I just can't see any. We just can't see anything now. Let's see. I guess we have to go back to the cycle of cameras here. Maybe we'll see something. Okay, so this is a flat bridge. We can get a look at that at least. Alright, now here's the harbor that I was looking at earlier. At one point you could actually see the clouds really starting to roll in at this point. But we're struggling to maintain any cameras right now. Still can't see anything in the way of strong winds right now. It all just looks mostly like heavy rain at this point. Might grab myself a snack in a minute here. There's somebody still on the boats out here. That's crazy right here. That's crazy. Look at that. They're on the boat in the middle of a hurricane. I guess he just really doesn't care. I mean, all things considered, it's not horrible out there right now. Like, there's not any winds that would be there's not enough wind out there that you would believe that it would be a risk of this getting tipped over. But seems like the other cameras are indeed down because we're only able to cycle through 2 right now, it seems. Alright, I'm gonna get myself a little snack real quick. Be right back. Alright, we're back. Kept that nice and quick. And do not fear, by the way, I'm switching Radar Omega to the other screen so that way we can have a decent idea of what could still be going on further off towards, like, maybe Cuba. It's gonna be a little bit of a different format stream since we're looking outside of the US here. Like if this was Puerto Rico, we would actually be able to track things and even talk about tornado warnings if there were any. But like I said, in these countries, we don't have the same kind of resources available to us. Obviously, we don't have them in Cuba for reasons. Then even the same with Mexico. It's not necessarily, but that's stuff that we're not going to get into here. I'm pretty sure if you know anything about politics, you'll be able to figure it out pretty quick. In any case, though, we're going to keep things rolling here. If we don't have the eye end up making landfall over Cuba, we can expect a very close pass to Kingston and Maypin. Also, if you're tuning in for the first time this afternoon, make sure you're hitting that like button too if you could. As time goes on, we'll eventually discuss why Beryl is kind of weakening a bit, and then also discuss where she could go next, and anyone that's in South Texas might need to pay extra close attention to that. Let's go and look at the radar while we're at it here. I'll have to refresh this, of course. Got to stay on top. It's going to be a stream where we're doing a lot of moving around. We're just going to have to do the best that we can to stay on top of things. Like I said, we're kind of limited over towards Jamaica, of course, as we've mentioned before. Like I said, we can expect an increase and also a deterioration in the conditions as we continue to go forward here. Like I said, we can't get a really good idea of where the eye is from here. I'm gonna guess this is it. It's kind of hard to see. I'm gonna widen the screen so you can see it a little better. What would be really nice is if we could get a look at where these feeder bands are over here towards southern parts of Cuba. I do think that there are some water spouts ongoing over there, but we're not going to get much in the way of reports, obviously. I'm going back. Like I said, we're going to be switching back and forth here a lot. I'm going to be going between live cams, radar, satellite. Just trying to give you guys some sort of visual to look at here. Like I said, it doesn't seem like the conditions over towards the areas where we do have cameras are awful. It's really, but there were a few more cameras earlier. But unfortunately, we're not able to see much of those because I'm pretty sure they're down. Over towards, over here, it looks like we have the police right now patrolling the area, hoping that hopefully no one is in this water right now. Then of course we're switching between here and the harbor. Rain's picking up. Winds are still pretty light from the looks of it. I'm not seeing any incredibly strong winds from this. If I'm correct, this is the Kingston Harbor. This is one of two cameras that is available right now in Jamaica. The other ones seem like they've gone down now. And then over here, this is the famous flat bridge over here in Jamaica. Seems like the cops are either patrolling or responding to a call here, possibly. I'm sure hoping that no one is in the water right now. The water levels are going to continue to go up, I would anticipate, as we go forward here. But it looks like right now it's really more or less just them patrolling, ensuring that no one has gone out into the water, which would be foolish. Sometimes people do foolish stuff, especially these days in social media. Also, if you're tuning in for the first time this afternoon, please make sure you hit that like button if you could. Helps me, helps the channel a lot, and it's free. And hit that subscribe button if you're new. We try to cover weather both in and outside the US where possible, you know. Depending on how things go, we may actually even try, well, I can't guarantee it, we'll try to maybe cover some weather in Russia, actually, where there could be some tornadoes there. If we can get decent sources over there, but we'll see what happens with that. Of course, figuring out the timing there is going to be interesting. It's pretty far from home at this point. Looks like the cops are gone, and it looks like that vehicle that was following them went along with them, so seems like everything here is okay at the moment, which is good news. I would also anticipate a new update to come in soon from the National Hurricane Center. Actually, go ahead and take a look. Nope, nothing new yet. We'll probably get an update at about 2 o'clock from the looks of it. Okay, so I did find out there is a radar that's actually in Jamaica. Problem is, it's down. So this might be the only resource we have available. I'm trying to find something better to give you a better display of as to what's going on here. Shockingly, as many people as not as many people may know, that some of these other countries don't quite have the same kind of resources available to them like we do when it comes to the weather, which is kind of unfortunate. Like, a lot of them are not going to put that same kind of emphasis on the weather like we do. The U.S. gets pretty active in regards to weather here, so it's not quite that surprising. But there are a lot of other countries that get active weather, just do not approach things in the same manner as us. Yeah, we're struggling. We're still struggling to find a source. Weather Channel is not even a good source for it. See if maybe Zoom could show us something. Well, this is the best I can do is Zoom Earth, where we're using it, what we're going to be using as a source here. It's really the best I can do. I know it's not the most appealing look, but hey, I'm trying. That's the big complication with some of these out of country streams like we're doing today. I'm not out of country, by the way. I'm still here. But when we're covering weather in other more foreign towns or countries like this, it can be a little bit challenging because the weather infrastructure isn't quite the same. One place that's being forgotten also in the midst of some of this is the Cayman Islands. They are under hurricane warnings right now, but not expecting a direct landfall from this region. Like I said, it's very close in regards to where we are with Beryl's cone of uncertainty. I think there is a chance that maybe the eye could skirt the southern part of Jamaica here. It's another part of me that thinks that it might go right over South Jamaica and then come back out onto the water. As far as the Caymans are concerned, not really as worried about a landfall there, but conditions could be pretty brutal there at times too. Let's go ahead and look at the wind field while we're at it. Crazy thing is, the strongest winds still haven't quite arrived yet. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with currently. We still got at least another hour or so before this storm makes its pass. Like I said, there is a very Small chance that this makes landfall. There's also a chance that this stays offshore. Uh-oh. Did we lose this camera already? It means we might only have one left now. This is still not before the big part of the storm starts to reach the area here. We're mainly dealing with the moderate to heavy rain and some light winds. Yeah, we still have one. We still have the harbor cam. And just as I'm talking about it, I mean, you can see it right now. Winds are pretty calm. Dealing with, of course, some squally weather. But as of right now, things are not terrible. You can see Kingston over here in the distance. It's not easy to see, but it's there. Yeah, I think we've lost this camera here, unfortunately. They started out with 6 cameras over here. We're down to 1 now. And like I said, we haven't even started to really see this storm kind of turn it up yet over towards the region, which is kind of crazy. Dang it, man. Actually starting to see a little bit better picture of Kingston over here. It's going to be kind of an in and out type of deal as those squalls move through. Yeah, definitely looks like we're down to 1. Which really sucks. So let me talk about why also Beryl is weakening right now. It's going to be because Beryl is starting to run into this wind shear within this section here. So we continue to go forward. It's been running into wind shear a little bit already, but that's going to intensify. And you can actually see it reflected in the track as we continue to go forward here. You can see that it's currently at 145 miles an hour and it's going to progressively weaken as we go throughout the day today and into tomorrow. You can see that by tomorrow, or by later tonight actually, excuse me, this goes down to 130 mile per hour hurricane here. Then as we go forward, this even drops off to a low in category 3. This is by tomorrow morning. And then of course this weakens further as it gets closer towards Mexico. And then again, as I mentioned before towards the beginning of the stream, South Texas might want to pay a little closer attention to this now, because you're now in that cone of uncertainty. You can easily end up back out of it, but I've been noticing this trend over the last couple of days where it's been kind of pushing just ever so slightly off to the north and east a bit. So depending on where this goes over towards the Yucatan could determine a lot as to who could be affected here. Brownsville to Corpus Christi, I would definitely be paying closer attention to this over the next couple of days. Another piece of good news, though, is after this storm, the chances of a new system developing are pretty low right now. This is Invest 96L. We were watching this at one point that had an 80% chance of developing, and it kind of looks like it's flopped right now, so some good news to be had there. You look further behind that, you don't really see much anything. So there's some good news to be had there. Of course, we always have to watch over towards the west coast of Africa, Caribbean, and the Gulf for any systems that could develop during this time of year. So that being said, I'm just going to kind of play it by ear as we keep going forward throughout the hurricane season here. Personally, while I hate to say it, I do anticipate possibly more systems coming along as time goes on. But at least we're not going to be, at least we're not in peak season right now with an impossible Category 5 like we had with this at one point now. As you can see, looking at its track here, at one point in its life, it made it all the way up to 165 mile an hour Category 5 here. Thankfully, of course, it's since then weakened. You can see those winds on that right front quadrant, by the way. Appreciate the support, by the way, guys. Make sure you keep hitting that like button. Already up to 12 likes. Let's see if we can get more. Is 15 possible? Hi, Smoochie. Let's go ahead and see what we got here on cameras again. Okay, so flat bridge is back. Wind's starting to increase there, just as we were expecting now. Still nothing incredible right now over here, which is good news. Like I said, there is a chance that this only makes a close pass and doesn't make a landfall. That would honestly be the best case scenario, but in either case, we're going to continue to see squally conditions and weather to continue to deteriorate here. It does look like we can get a better view of Kingston over here, which is good news. Whereas before, we couldn't see any of this about 20 or 30 minutes ago. So that's a positive. And this camera was down about 15 minutes ago. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look. See if an update's coming or not. Okay, so nothing's changed on Beryl's latest update here. I'm thinking that we could probably anticipate the winds dropping to 140 by the time we get to the 2 o'clock update. But I think that's still going to be another 20 minutes or so from now. Like I said, this is the best we can do for radar right here. Resources are a little bit limited over towards these regions a bit more. So we're just kind of working with what we have here, so to speak. Once we get closer to home, things might be a little bit better. But yeah, obviously over towards Cuba, we aren't going to have much in the way of we're not going to have much in the way of radar info or anything of the like over there. And honestly, I would be suspicious of some tropical tornadoes over here towards Santiago and Guantanamo, these areas right now. But like I said, information there is limited, and we're just kind of working with what we got. So we've been live for officially for an hour now. Oh, so you can't get rid of that ad. That sucks. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at this thing on the satellite as a whole here. Actually, I'll do it this way. We'll pull up Radar Omega for the satellite here. You can see where Beryl is right now. You can see that that eye wall has closed up considerably, whereas before it was pretty well pronounced. When it was at Category 5 strength, you could see it pretty clearly. But that eye wall is closing up. It's kind of struggling with that wind shears we were talking about earlier. We're going to continue to see that become a trend, and you're going to see the storm continue to weaken from that point. It may even start to weaken a little bit rapidly here too, which would be best case scenario for sure. Oops. Also, make sure you guys are hitting the share button too, anyone that's watching right now. This event isn't all that bad right now, which is good news, but we still have to watch this as it heads towards the Yucatan, and then of course, as I mentioned before previously, may have to watch southern Texas as well. Corpus Christi over towards Brownsville has to still be monitoring this pretty closely, because there could be a chance that this cone of uncertainty pushes a little further to the north. It already includes some parts of our southern Texas. And keep in mind, and I've said this many a times in forecast videos and also on streams, that hurricanes tend to wobble. So we may see this kind of wiggle its way towards the northern end of the Yucatan here, towards Cancun per se. And we may end up seeing this track a little further to the north. And if that ends up being the case here, southern Texas is now in the equation here. So, not trying to scare anyone, but this will probably be a much bigger storm in regards to size, not so much strength. And those squalls will extend much further outward than where the center is, of course. Because that's the thing to remember, is that the cone refers to the center of circulation, not the entire span of the storm. Another thing to remember, the 7th and the 8th, that's also next week. So there's still time to prepare if you're over towards southern Texas for flooding mainly. If there's going to be any impact, I think that will be the main one. Alright, so we're going to start to see hurricane conditions begin to come into play here across parts of Jamaica here within the next little bit, probably within the next hour or two. As we said before, the storm's very close to the area. This area in the red is where we're going to start to see the most intense winds right now. And we're going to start to see that come on shore as time goes on here. So like I said, we're going to just kind of be cycling in between different modes here to try and cover this as best as we can, since resources once again are limited. As you can see, new squalls come in over towards the harbor, and now we're starting to struggle to see the city once again. You can see it raining over here towards the flat bridge here, and with that, I'm worried about this flat bridge maybe being overtaken as we get a little further along into the afternoon and even in the evening. You can see the rain and the wind starting to pick up over here. Also, to anyone that's just tuning in, by the way, oh wow, look at those rooster tails. Also, anyone that's tuning in for the first time this afternoon, definitely, if you could, make sure you're hitting that like button too. We're covering Hurricane Beryl as it's approaching Jamaica. We see that Kingston is dealing with some impacts, and the worst ones are still yet to come. We can expect to see hurricane conditions begin to occur over the next couple of hours here. Right now, the winds are still pretty calm over here, but you can tell that things are starting to deteriorate slowly but surely. We're kind of dealing with one of those slow burn situations. This is probably going to go from 0 to 10 pretty quickly, if I were to guess so myself. And then we're also going to be discussing where Beryl goes after this point too. And if you're in southern Texas, you definitely need to pay attention to that, because the track can easily change. But for right now, we're just kind of hanging 10 for the moment here, and waiting to see how things progress with this storm here. Also might get me something to drink real quick as we're moving along in the stream here. Gotta keep yourselves hydrated. If you could, I would suggest you do the same. If you want to grab a snack, definitely recommend that you do. But I will be right back. Alright, we're back. I'm really concerned that we're going to end up seeing somebody in the water here. I really hope that doesn't end up being the case. Like, the way that they pan that camera around sometimes makes me wonder if somebody would be foolish enough to do it. I would really prefer not to see that, if at all possible here. The good news is the water isn't appearing to be rushing or anything like that. So there's some good news there, but still pretty concerned about that shot. Seeing those winds draw ever closer to the region here. Like I said, we're going to start to see those winds really begin to pick up within the next hour here for sure. And things are only going to deteriorate from that point. It's going to stay that way for a while. You're in Kingston right now by chance and you haven't evacuated, be ready. This business is about to pick up. Very unfortunate situation that might be unfolding here. And the funny thing is, we actually, well, not really a funny thing, but the thing is, we actually did have a camera over towards Morant Bay, but that camera is actually down right now. It went down long before the winds really started to pick up towards the region here. I'm gonna see if I can find another one before long here, but might prove to be difficult. Cameras over here towards Jamaica are pretty limited, sadly. Alright, I think I might have found it. Wait, I think I might have found some cameras now. I don't think we found what we were looking for just yet, though. I'm trying to find more at Bay, because I know that's where the strongest winds are right now. We did get another view of Kingston and St. Andrew. So that's one more view, but that camera's kind of been going in and out like I've said earlier. We had it for just a second, and then here we go again with the buffering. I mean, you have to figure that this could happen with these tropical systems here. Especially something as powerful as what we have with Beryl. Jamaica is not safe, Anthony. Far from it. Jamaica is currently going through it right now with Beryl. Beryl is making a very, very close pass. I do think it's going to skirt the southern side of the island country here. I think somewhere between Kingston and Alligator Pond may end up catching a piece of the right front of the eye wall here. Unfortunately, that's where the winds are strongest, so. But yeah, I don't think Jamaica is safe at all. Maybe the further north you are, the better off you'll be. But yeah, if you're further off, if anyone's like further off towards southern Jamaica, forget it. Hang on a second, guys. Yeah, the southern coastline of Jamaica is going to see a lot of impacts here. All this area in the red right here, these are the strongest winds from the hurricane right now. So we're going to see some pretty big impacts, especially over towards the bay. Especially towards this southern tip right here. I think this is where we're going to probably see some significant flooding. Right around, I would say, this region here. Because the winds are going to be pushing this. Hang on. Let's see if I can get this to work here. Because as the storm's approaching, we're getting winds going kind of this way. But as the storm continues to go in, it's going to get pushed up and pushed out to sea. But over towards this region here, there's still land for this water to get onto here. Towards the bay, the winds are going to be pushing more this way, so I do think these two areas are going to be most prone to storm surge and flooding right now. Good thing this isn't a direct impact, or this may not be a complete direct impact where both sides of the eye go through, because then I would be concerned about this entire area from Kingston all the way over to the west here. That's getting a little messy. But this area right here from Kingston all the way over towards the west here, I would have been more concerned about that. So there is a couple of silver linings, but it's still pretty treacherous over here towards this region. Hey boys, good to see you, man. We're covering Beryl here as it's going through Jamaica, or making its close pass to it. looks like we're about to get into the real stuff here, so to speak. Business is definitely looking like it's about to pick up. It's a view of Kingston, by the way, folks. How far is it from Jamaica right now? Voice right now, Beryl is a category 4. Not quite as impressive as it once was. It is on a weakening trend. We'll anticipate that continuing. But still is a very powerful storm. I can actually check that for you if you'd like, Anthony. Right now, it's going to be kind of hard to tell exactly just where the center of circulation is, because it is starting to kind of close up a bit. But if we were to measure from here to Spanish Town, let's say. Huh? Why isn't this popping up yet? Hang on. Try it again. This is the center right here. It's about 40 miles off the coast right now. Like I said, I really think the closest pass is going to end up being, if it doesn't make landfall, the closest pass is probably going to be somewhere between maybe, I'd say somewhere close to 20 to 30 miles. No, Anthony, it has moved to the northeast slightly. Before, we weren't even worried about this being close to Jamaica in the same regard as it is now. This has been trending to the northeast the last couple of days. Because I'd made a couple of videos on this, and I remember this has kind of been pushing away. And now it's kind of turned back in, because the entire cone, actually, before, it didn't even have South Texas in there now. But if I were to go back to this screen that we're at now, we can actually see that South Texas is now in play again. Right here at the end of this cone, whereas before it was all Mexico. The Yucatan was definitely in the cone here before. Yeah, like I said, it's going to be a super close pass. It's going to be like a super close pass. But either way, they're going to get some really heavy rain and really strong winds. Oh, snap, you're from there? Oh, man, I'm sorry. Dang. But yeah, this is going to be this could be a pretty big hit. If there's any good news, like I said, it's not a direct, it's likely not going to be a direct landfall where the eye completely passes over, but you're going to get a pretty good piece of it. Or you're from Grenada. I apologize for that. Also, it's over here. Oh, Grenada took a big hit from it. I'm sorry, man. I hope all your people are all right. Dang. I need to learn more about the Caribbean. I mean, I know a little bit, but I can't remember every single island country here right now. I'm drawing a lot of blank, and I feel bad for that. But yeah, I genuinely hope your people are alright, because this storm's been a monster. What worries me is the fact that we've seen such a strong storm this early into the season. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm all the way up here. I'm safe, but I love the weather, always have. And here I am covering it. Might as well just show my face at this point. I'm done eating now. Yep, shout out to the ATL. Cool thing is though, I actually wouldn't even have an opportunity to cover this if I was working right now, but it's currently the off season at my job. So, here we are. Happy to provide. Yeah, this is what I look like, by the way, folks. Anyone that might be wondering. Love Atlanta, ladies. Nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. There are plenty out here. There are plenty out here, man. Yeah, voice, I was eating a little earlier, and I told you about the hole that I got in my tooth. So I chew a little bit more awkwardly right now to try not to hurt myself. So, yeah. Just trying to get a little snack, because I might be here for a little bit. I'll probably be here for at least a couple more hours. For a good maybe 2 or 3 hours. We started the stream a little earlier than I anticipated, too. I was originally thinking we would start at like, maybe 2. We ended up moving that all the way up to like 12:30. And it seems like it was it's paid off for the most part. But, yeah, overall right now, okay, there we go, that's what we want. No, my tooth was hurting long before Beryl, unfortunately. Yeah, my tooth, like, broke earlier this year. My tooth broke when the Ohio tornadoes happened. Oh, no, you're good, man. Look, man, I don't take myself that seriously. I crack jokes on myself all the time, even while I'm streaming. So, like, not a big deal. Not even a big deal. Some people can't stand that about me, too. That's the crazy part. Like, why do I have to be all, riled up for saying, oh, you gotta be this, like, oh, don't say that to me. Oh, that's not me. Well, I like Zoom Earth because I can actually use the radar here or get a relative idea on what the rainfall looks like in comparison to Radar Omega, where I only have satellite to look at. I can somewhat look at the water vapor imagery and the infrared. I am using Radar Omega actually, but it really just depends on the situation. And no, I have not been to Grenada, Anthony. I've actually never been outside the US. I do have my passport though. Yes, Zoom Earth is free. That's another reason. But yeah, I'm looking to start going to some other countries here and there. I wouldn't mind being a tourist for a change. But we still got a ways to go to get to that point though. Oh, I gotta get that off there. I've heard my share of stories about him, so I mean, it's on the bucket list. I'll put it that way. For me, it's really just about trying to get the finances right. We get the finances, then eventually it'll happen. But yeah, I honestly don't know where I would start. Like any of these islands right here. Yeah, forget about the 3D model. Wait, I'm gonna do the Caribbean here. I'm gonna change my view. There we go. Oh yeah, I know it can slow it down. Actually, I don't think the satellite has the 3D capability on it. I think that's simply just for local radars only, by the way. Man, it's gonna be close. So actually, new updates come in, folks. It does look like the winds have weakened just a little bit more. They were at 145. We're now down to 140. So this is continuing to weaken actively. Big part of how I'm able to tell is because if we look on Radar Omega, which we just left, the eye wall is kind of closed in on itself a bit. Usually when the storm is really healthy, you'll see this kind of cleared out a bit. The weather will be calm. It's not going to be that for this case. All right, boys. Anthony, I'm switching between Radar Omega and Zoom Earth, and then webcam taxi to get a view of the weather conditions over towards Jamaica right now. And then there's also livebeaches.com too that I'm using. Okay, here comes the wind. Or now we're actually looking towards Kingston Harbor right now. We're about to see a bigger squall come in. You can actually see it on the water here. That's crazy. Here it comes. It'll be fine though. Liberty, Voice of Liberty. I don't really care about 3D all that much. Got a pretty good idea of what's going on with the hurricane, and if needed be, I could use another resource to get a vertical view of the storm off of tropical tidbits. It'll be all right. Yeah, it looks like the flat bridge is at. Looks like the wow, I cannot speak anymore. Yeah, I don't think. I wish they would have satellite or 3D satellite. That would be pretty cool, but the cost would probably go up exponentially for it too. Yeah, it does look like that flat bridge cam is struggling right now. Seems like the worst of that squall moved through pretty quickly. It's just as quickly as we completely lost visual of the city here, or this little barrier island. We're back now. That's often how it goes. Like trying to cover weather outside of country here, it's pretty difficult actually. Like actually today, apparently, and this was told from somebody in the Discord server, that Russia actually has a chance of maybe a couple of violent tornadoes. I don't know if I'll be able to cover that due to the time difference. I'm willing to try, but the time difference, and then a little bit later today I have my own work. I have some side work that I have set up to do. So kind of in a weird spot right now. What is that noise? I think that might be the song right here, really. Also, we got quite a few new people that have tuned in, by the way. You are new, and you're just tuning in for the first time today on the stream. We're covering Hurricane Beryl as it's going through Jamaica or making its close pass. I'm kind of leaning towards it not making landfall to the south, but I think that we're going to see southern Jamaica get clipped by the eye wall in the right flank here. So, yeah, like for example, this is it right here. Like I think that the worst of the weather, or the eye itself, is going to stay just to the south. But even so, I do think we will see some of the strongest winds from this hurricane make it inland a bit. I do think we'll see some significant storm surge towards this barrier island here. Also see some inland flooding. Maybe the chance of a couple tropical tornadoes, although I do think that threat has passed somewhat. Excuse me. And then after that, we'll see what happens next. Also note, Cayman Islands are under hurricane warning here, so we will see we'll see the chance for some hurricane force winds over here. Then after that, we'll watch this head off towards the Yucatan and maybe southern Texas. Yeah, like you have to use a VPN and figure out how to set things up from that point, so it's kind of tricky to do that. But yeah, that's why I struggle to cover. That's why I wouldn't really do too much in the way of like covering other countries' weather. I don't do it often, that's for sure. Like anywhere outside of North America, it gets challenging. Like I could do France, Germany without too much issue, because there's NexRad radars over there that I can access. But beyond that point, eh. But also, anyone that's also new, if you could, definitely hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new, because we do cover weather pretty often over here. Cover the tropics, cover severe weather, and even during the winter season, we cover winter storms. Also, the channel is uniquely called Ty Metalhead Weatherman, or Metalhead Weatherman, because, well, you can see we're a fan of metal, just based off of what you're hearing right now. And then also, we play a little bit of music too here and there. But yeah, if you definitely could, make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you like the content you're getting today. Almost up to 20 likes, by the way, which is awesome. So any squalls that we see come in, we're gonna be seeing them more from the right side of this camera here whenever we're looking. So just be on watch for that. Yeah, honestly, it's a little early to say that, but at the same time, it could be worse too. They could be getting a direct impact, and I don't think they're gonna get that. I can't say for sure, but it doesn't look like they're going to get a direct hit from it, which is great news. Yeah, and it definitely looks like the flat bridge cam's out. Yeah, and this was another camera that I was looking at earlier over Kingston and St. Andrew. Yeah, that's obviously out. I mean, like I said, you have to figure this kind of thing can happen when you have a big storm like this heading over the area. Like for example, right now I'm able to refresh it, but watch, there you go. Just as quickly as I refresh it, there it goes again. And like I said, info or radar is kind of limited here, so in a way it sometimes feels like we're kind of taking a shot in the dark, so to speak. I actually need to refresh this. In fact, it's kind of it's not even really useless at this point. It's kind of useless. Advertisement. Hey Blondie, good to see you. Appreciate that a bunch. So while we're at it, we'll get this screen going. Well, I guess we aren't going to be using that camera anymore. See if we can't find another one. I think this is more so towards northern Jamaica, but even so, that camera looks like it's out too. Like I said, this is just one of the issues that you can run into sometimes with these systems here. Let's try this one. Maybe we might be able to see something. This one is working. For now. Oh no, that one's been out for a while actually. The last update we've seen from this was at 11:45. Yeah, so this camera's out. Ah man. We only have 2 cameras that we can actually legitimately use, which is crazy. Just give me a second, guys. Alright, we hit 20. Thank you, by the way, guys. I'm trying to see where some of my mods are right now. I'm trying to see if maybe they have any better luck finding any sort of cameras right now. Because I don't know how long these cameras will even hold up for. You can see the water starting to churn up here under the flat bridge. I don't know how long this water is going to stay below that flat bridge for. I'm very concerned that that water is going to maybe overtake that before we're all said and done here. Like I said, we're going to start to see deteriorating conditions further as we continue to go along with this storm here. And you can see another squall beginning to come in here. You can actually see the visibility beginning to decrease over here from this shot over here towards the docks. You can see the rain over here as well. Yeah, we're struggling to keep this camera going though too, which kind of sucks. Okay, so we're at it here. Go ahead and refresh this. Take a look at Beryl. Does look like we're going to be making. I do think this is going to actually end up staying south of the island, though. It seems like the center's moved just slightly, too, if I'm being honest. It's a game of uncertainty with this thing, that's for sure. Also want to say I appreciate the support so far, you guys. Let's try and keep this train rolling here. We're almost 2 hours in on this stream here. Once this passes to the south here, we'll probably call this one a stream and then start prepping for when this ultimately heads towards the Yucatan. Here comes another squall right here, by the way. Winds are starting to pick up over here too as well. I think this is an old camera loop though. Yeah, you can see stuff in the water right now as those waters are actually starting to move a little bit faster. Again, I really do think the flood threat is going to be extremely dangerous over towards this region here. The water's really close to overflowing its banks over there. And it probably already has. It's just I'm not super familiar with the area, but it does look like the water will continue to rise towards that area as we continue to progress. Hang on a second, you guys. I'll be right back. I just gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Yep, I'm muted. What happened? Can you guys hear me now? How long was I muted for? I could have swore I wasn't muted earlier. What happened? In any case, though, what I was trying to say was we just surpassed our we just broke the record for our most viewed stream here. Hurricane Hillary last year was our most viewed stream. We were at about 1,600. I think we're about to break 17 just now. So this locks it in as the most viewed stream. As far as likes are concerned, y'all are way below the 8 ball. Crap. I hope it hasn't been too long here. That would be hilarious if it was. Oh, here comes some heavier rain bands over here towards Kingston finally. Wind is starting to pick up more notably too. Really appreciate the support today, though, guys. Absolutely incredible. Well, you know, yes and no. I don't think as many people are streaming this event, though, too. So maybe I'm getting recommended more. I think the timing also matters, too. It's a whole bunch of different things. Oh, here's a pretty good little rain band right here. The first time I started to really see these trees move over here towards Kingston. Yep, that's true. That's also true, voice. Appreciate you, by the way. I mean, I think we're still doing pretty good here regardless, though. Yeah, Kingston has been downtown Kingston's been pretty calm. That was the first time I've actually seen the trees blow over here. It's always been towards like the harbor and the yacht area where we've been seeing all the action. As we know now, those cameras are down at the moment. I think we're going to see a lot of flooding towards Kingston before all is said and done here. I think we have another good couple hours here of more squally weather before things start to really slow up. And then after Kingston, we'll have to watch areas a little further off towards the I would say further off towards the east here, or west. I force to have it saying east due to all the severe weather coverage we do. All while in the meanwhile, while we have the coverage for Beryl, we still have a couple pesky severe thunderstorm warnings over the U.S. too right now. This is over towards western parts of Nebraska here. Some big hailers apparently from what I'm hearing too. Uh-oh, there goes Flatbridge again. Let's see if we can't get anything back from the harbor. Odds are we aren't, but we're at least trying to give it a chance here. Yeah, I think the power's still out there. Like I said, it's something you can kind of expect with these tropical systems. Oh, wait. Oh, we don't have it back. The yacht club looks like it is still down. We were getting some pretty good views from that earlier. We were watching these squalls coming from right to left here, which was pretty cool. But yeah, it definitely looks like we're struggling now. Oh, okay, boys. Well, I could do that today, but I'm also thinking I might actually do a, I don't know if you've seen it, but I actually have made a playlist. It's called the Weather Nerd 101 playlist. And there are videos that I'm looking at trying to add to that. And talking about the radar as far as like outflow boundaries and whatnot. I don't know if I already did a video that covered that, but I have no issue rehashing that. So that way it'll be available to everybody. So instead of having to sift through this stream, I could just make a new one for everybody to be able to check out. Well, looks like the yacht club is still down. Let's go ahead and look at the latest on the wind profile right now. So the winds have indeed increased it over towards Kingston. Alright, when I get the chance though, I will try to go over it a little bit. You can learn a little something from storm surge today. It's not as complex as you would think, actually. Of course, over towards Jamaica right now, they don't have the same kind of weather infrastructure like we do. But basically, you see how these winds are pushing the water out to sea a little bit. But you see how this little area, this little bay kind of funnels in like this. Over towards this area and towards this area is where I would be concerned for the threat of increased storm surge. So when you see storm surge warnings, usually it's because you're able to get an idea of what the storm's winds are going to be doing as it's approaching. And with that, you'll be able to tell where the water's being pushed in, because that's always, because storm surge is a lot to do with how the water is being pushed in, which direction it's being pushed in, and how long duration that can end up being. Like that was a big deal with Idalia, Ian, all those storms in Florida, because West Florida is more susceptible to storm surge if the storm comes in from the proper angle. Yep, more often than not with storm surge, like the storm surge warnings and the storm surge forecast will have a lot to do with the wind and which direction it's blowing. That's another video I probably will need to do at some point. I mean, shoot, the way I look at it is nothing's guaranteed for anybody. If something happened to me, I would at least hope that my so-called support base would at least know what they're doing in regards to the weather. The eye wall itself is probably still about a good 30 miles off. and that's probably the closest it's going to get. I would say it's probably about maybe close to maybe 20 to 25, 30 miles. I do think that we're going to be spared a direct impact over here towards Jamaica as a whole. We're still going to get the strong winds, make no mistake, but a direct impact seems more and more unlikely as we continue to go forward here. Like, it would have to take a pretty big jog off to the northeast here in order for this to do anything that would even have the eye skim part of the island nation here. And then you can actually look at it from radar Omega too to get an idea of where it is in relation to land. So here's where the center circulation is here. Take this little tool here. That's where we're looking right now. About 45 miles offshore. At its closest, let's just say it would be somewhere right here, probably where I would expect the closest pass to be. Yep, about 30 miles. I'm pretty sure that no one wants any part of this storm. I sure wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't want anything to do with 140 mile per hour winds. That does not sound like a fun time. Especially over the water too. No, I wouldn't even want that over land. It doesn't matter what kind of vehicle you have. You could even have a tank and it'll probably still lift you off the ground. Shoot, even a submarine, I don't even know if I want to be underwater. That just seems like it would be a scary time. If something goes wrong with that submarine while there's a hurricane over you, you're screwed. Exactly. Because at least whenever these are over land, they're weakening. Over water, when they're at their full strength and nothing to stop them, no thank you. Oh. Business is picking up over here. And we have people outside in it. What is going on here? Get inside. What are you doing? You're literally just standing in it. They're just walking like it's a normal day. Oh, wait. I think they're going inside now. I think they've had enough. I hope. I hope you have before you get hurt. That is crazy, dude. What are they thinking? That umbrella was going to serve as a parachute in a second. That umbrella was going to take them away. That is wild, man. I can never understand. Oh, wow. Look at how the visibility's dropped. I mean, this is maybe about a mile away from this actual camera site itself. And the fact that you can't see, or you can barely see, says a lot about how heavy this rain is falling right now. right. Let's make sure we're hitting that like button, by the way, guys. We're almost up to 30 likes here. This stream has actually surpassed the record on the channel for most viewed stream. But as far as likes are concerned, we're not even halfway there. Do you think we can do it? I think there's a chance that you guys can beat it. That's only if you want to, though. Yeah, I'm grateful for it too, man. I'm grateful for it too, voice. It's crazy to think we might, I'm almost scared to say it. We might actually hit 1,000 before the month's out even. Who knows? I'm just happy that we're even in this position right now. Somebody else out in this. And look at the rooster tails they're kicking up too, man. Like, these flooded roadways are going to become a problem soon. And I'm really hoping that people decide to stay inside. I think that's another person out there right here. I hope they're not homeless. If so, then I really hope some... Yep, that's another person right there. That kind of upsets me right there. If they're homeless, then that really sucks. Like, no one could get this guy into a shelter or something? Dang. That's a downer right there for me. That is a real freaking downer. It kind of makes me a little mad even. That actually really makes me mad. Anyway, there's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. Yeah. And you see stuff like that out here in Atlanta a lot, unfortunately, too. I hope they end up making it through just fine, though. You can see some leaves flying around here and there now too. Things are slowly picking up over. Things are continuing to pick up over here. This is probably where we're going to see some of the strongest winds over towards Kingston, or within the next hour or so. Check GFS out and see what the winds are showing here. Let's look at what the precipitation is looking like here. We're seeing a pretty strong feeder band over towards this region. Oh no, there's plenty of cigarette butts on the ground here. It's really not that much different. Depends on the part of town. Like, if you're over towards North Side, over towards like Buckhead, or towards North Druid Hills, it's not as bad. But if you get towards a little closer towards the hood, different story. head over towards like Decatur or maybe maybe over towards Norcross, Doraville, different. Downtown Atlanta itself, it can be a mixed bag. Sometimes it's messy, sometimes it's not. Yeah, that's kind of a mixed bag over here too. That's more of a thing towards the south side of town. South of Atlanta over towards like Morrow and whatnot. Yeah. It's definitely a little bit more prevalent over there. Towards the north side, it's not as common. It does happen though. I think that happens around any big city, honestly, though. Hang on, I gotta use the restroom again? Dang, that alkaline water is kind of working through me today. I'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry. Alright, so note to self. Careful drinking anything with electrolytes in it, because drink enough of it and it will send you to the bathroom multiple times within an hour. In any case, though, let's get back to it. See what our cameras are looking like at this point. Looks like things are calming down slightly. I have more people outside, which is absolutely crazy to me. I find that very alarming. Yeah, there's a couple guys standing outside. They're still under the awning, though. It's not awful. But he's running across. What are these guys? These guys are built different, man. I'm telling you. They just don't care. I would not want to be out in that. I actually know a few people from Jamaica, like legitimately from Jamaica. Also, jerk chicken, 10 out of 10. Recommend you try it at least once in your life. But, any case though, those guys are freaking built different, man. I tell you, they are something else. So I don't know who just called me, but go away. Because I do not know your number. Alright, so we have officially broken into the 2000s here on our stream. It's the first time that's ever happened. Again, thank you guys a bunch. Support is unbelievable. You guys are freaking awesome, man. I don't think I've actually tried a jerk burger, and that is a problem. If I have, well, yes, I have. What am I doing? It's been so long, though. I've kind of forgotten what it's like, even though I remember it being good. I think I always preferred the jerk chicken wings. Like, those have so much flavor if you do it right. And then Jamaican patties also as well. Freaking awesome, man. We're almost 3 hours in, by the way, folks. I'm seeing a lot more leaves beginning to fly around here. Winds are definitely picking up more notably over towards this region. Yeah, they're still driving around too. Yeah, it's whipping pretty good now. It took its sweet time getting there, but there's no question now. It has arrived. But it looks like for the most part damages remain very minimal. I think the real concern's more or less going to be flooding. Let's go ahead and look at the wind map real quick. It might not. The strongest winds still seem like they're pretty far offshore. If we could get some stronger gusts, it's possible. But 60 is usually not enough to take out a palm tree. Then again, I actually might want to look that up. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was right. In fact, palm trees have evolved to the point where it takes up to 145 mile per hour winds to break them. So yeah, even with this hurricane at its maximum wind speed right now, may not take those palm trees out. Like, Beryl right now is sitting at 140 at its maximum sustained winds. Yeah, palm trees are super strong. So I was thinking, well, yeah, it's strong. I don't think it... Well, yeah, it's strong. I don't think this is gonna mess with the palm trees any. It might mess with some of the shingles on the roofs or anything like that, or maybe break some windows, but I don't think it was going to be enough to take out the palm trees. You mean the branches? You changed your tune pretty quick. Nah, even those palm tree branches are really strong. Like, the way that you even landscape palm trees is different, dude. Like, it is different. Ah, you said leaves. I don't know. A lot of times you'll see the palm tree leaves even survive, so I don't know. Those palm trees are like, ha! Category 2. Screw you. You got nothing on me. Dang, I haven't seen any of my mods today. That's crazy. Hey, I mean, what can I say? Sometimes I can get it. Sometimes I got it going. I guess I do today. Other times, I'm pretty lame. In any case, though, yeah, that was a funny. I had me a little funny moment. I really think the strongest winds are about to hit, like, much further off to the west here. Yeah, it's a modless lobby today, it seems. Everybody seems to be pretty busy from what I've seen. I know Kyle's at work. I'm pretty sure Contingents is as well. I don't know what the heck Baconator and Isaiah are doing, though. Kind of sucks, but it's alright. This is a pretty chill. This is, all things considered, it's still pretty chill stream, so no issues. Yeah, the chat's all you today, man. I mean, it's the day before the 4th of July, so a lot of people are probably trying to gear up for that. Probably people going to the store. So, it kind of makes sense. Speaking of which, I'm still waiting on something to come in from my Uber Eats delivery my Uber Eats deliveries last night. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how everybody's gonna spend. I already know I'm making a morning video, and then probably after that I'm gonna chill and relax a little bit. I'm definitely not trying to do Uber Eats tomorrow. That's for sure. I might do it tonight. But definitely not tomorrow. Then again, you never know. I might try it. Wait, no. Second thought, no, I'm not. There's gonna be too many people around here that are drunk. Screw that. Hey, we also broke 30 likes. Appreciate it, you guys. Still got a long way. If you guys are trying to break the record, though, for the most liked stream, you got a long way to go. You got to get to 73 likes to tie the record. Or actually, I think it's more than that. I think it's like 74, maybe 76. I don't even remember anymore. It's been so long. This is undoubtedly the most viewed stream, which is awesome. But if you guys want to break the other record, we got to step it up. Make sure you're hitting that share button, too. Okay, I was wrong. It was 73 likes. We're at 31, so we got a long way to go if y'all are trying to compete. No pressure if you don't want to, but well, yes and no. I mean, here's the thing with summertime, and I'll kind of get more into this. I do get into it a little bit more with the memberships, with memberships whenever I can make videos with that. We do have a membership section for the channel, but what I talked about, actually, the temperature and dew point spread, it actually does matter. Like whenever I look at those QT charts, there's a couple of different sections on there. It's called the LFC and the LCL here. LFC basically stands for lifted, hang on, wait a minute, I forgot what level of free convection. Okay, not lifted. It's, I think LCL is where I'm saying, is where it's lifted condensation level. Alright, so level of free convection is LFC, and then LCL, look that up. Let me just go ahead and look it up. Let me go ahead and look it up. Lifting condensation level. So I did have it right. Gotta stop second guessing myself sometimes. But yeah, the lower that the LCL and the LFC are, the better chance you get of tornadoes. Because that LCL and LFC have a lot to do with lower cloud bases. Obviously with a higher cloud base, not to say that it's impossible to get tornadoes, but it's a lot more difficult. And then on top of that, that moisture is lower to the surface. You have those lower level winds towards the surface to go along with it. It's what you would want. Summertime, especially once we get into those 90-degree temperatures and 70-degree dew points, it's pretty widespread. You can get more dry air to sneak in at the lower to mid levels of the atmosphere sometimes with that too. And that kind of works against tornado genesis. It's great for downdrafts, damaging winds basically. But the tornado threat becomes not impossible, like I said, but it definitely makes things a little bit trickier. And usually we'll start to see a little bit of an increase in activity as we get towards the fall. Sometimes we'll even get some winter storms. We'll have the situation where we'll have high shear, low cape setups. Right now, in the phase we're in the summertime, which is pretty common, we'll get the opposite of that, which is high cape or high instability, low shear setups. So wind shear itself isn't quite going to be as abundant during the summertime as, let's say, during the wintertime. You don't get the same types of troughs that you would get during the springtime or during the fall and winter, that kind of thing. And of course, there's a lot of other factors that run into it, but as a whole, that's pretty much the general consensus. During the summertime, tornadoes, while not impossible, the conditions aren't quite as favorable. Here comes some wind. Yeah, I know that was a mouthful what I said there, and I don't even think I really said it perfectly like I would have wanted. I try to paraphrase this stuff as best as I can, but sometimes I speak faster than my brain is thinking, so to speak. So my words sometimes will come out funny. And then I'll listen back to myself as I'm saying, and I'm like, ugh, what are you doing, man? I really think I'm sometimes my own harshest critic. Yeah, I have to remind myself sometimes. Yeah, like you have that if you have that perfectionist nature, doing stuff like this can really take a toll on you. Like you gotta really be a little bit not even self-aware. I can't think of the word right now. In any case, though. Let's go ahead and take a look at where this storm is now. Alright, so we're going to start to see the winds die down just slightly in Kingston, probably within the next 45 minutes to an hour here. And we're probably going to start to see the winds increase over towards this bay here within the next 30 to 40 minutes. So the power is probably still going to be out here towards the yacht club in the bay area for the next little bit. Just a little taste of those winds was all it took to take that out. Let's see though. Wait. Nope, it's out. Hey, Atlanta, Florida girl. It's a long time no see. Good to see you. I hope you've been well. Hey, that's life for you. You know I know. Yeah, Jamaica does have some, but there's only a few cameras left. They've been dealing with a little bit of power outages. Surprisingly, the cameras in downtown Kingston have held up really well. Got somebody crossing the street again. Man, this is crazy how these guys just do not care about this at all. It's just like, oh, it's windy and rainy. I can care less. Yeah, people have been driving around, crossing the street. Dang, man. Oh, I just punched my mic. Trying to get this, whatever this is, my nose out. Don't want to step away yet. Just for that. But yeah, these guys do not care about this storm at all. Like, we've seen people crossing this bridge too, which has been absolutely nuts. Yeah, we're getting some stronger gust over here for sure. The flat bridge cam has been on and off throughout the day, but it's been more consistent than some of the other ones we've had. Up until about maybe an hour and a half ago, the yacht club cameras were actually really good. And then we ended up losing those along with the harbor. Oh yeah, Umbrella. I think it was a lady actually, Umbrella Lady. But Umbrella Lady, man, like, shoot. Like, I thought they were gonna end up being flung off like a parachute, like they were on a parachute or something. Speaking of which, here's somebody else walking through it. Not a care in the world. About to take flight. No lie. Oh, here comes some stronger ones now. There's another van going through here too. Yeah, we're getting this is the strongest ones I've seen on that camera. Also, don't fear if you're seeing this buffering signal right now. This is not from the stream. This is from the live cams. There's not very many live cams left in Jamaica right now. A lot of them are down right now. A lot of places have lost power today. It's really over towards downtown Kingston where I think power's still good. Air Jordan's ready for takeoff. Air Rainbow Umbrella ready for takeoff early. That's what it was about to be more like. Hey man, the Jamaicans are ingenuitive. They know what they're doing. They know how to build for these. They know how to build for these tropical systems now. Then again, this was a glancing blow. This wasn't a direct landfall, so the damage wasn't going to be quite as bad. If they aren't careful, though, especially if you have an umbrella out in this, you'll end up taking off like you're a Jedi doing the force jump. Inappropriate joke, but it was one I couldn't resist that one. Oh! Oh, big gust. That was in terrible taste, honestly. Yeah, Jamaican shacks are pretty strong. I had an auntie-in-law that was from Jamaica. Told me plenty of stories. Ended up losing touch with them some time ago. Oh wow, yeah, here's some really strong winds now. Look at all the leaves. That's a big feeder band right here that's going through right now. You can see the rain being pushed, being blown off of the roofs right now. If we're gonna see any sort of damage, it's probably gonna be within this next little bit here. I like this riff. We might be up to like 60-mile-per-hour winds right now with this area here too. Let's refresh that a little bit. Also, this is the point, even though I can't necessarily see what's going on here, I think we're getting peak storm surge towards this region here. The hurricane force winds might be making their way over here towards this bay area. But like I said, I can't really tell for sure. The cameras are out over towards this area here. Towards the harbor and towards the bay, the yacht club, all of that's out. Yep, they're still sampling the storm as it's going past Jamaica here. Eventually, we're going to have to watch South Texas. Also, the Yucatan over towards Cancun. It's definitely heading towards that direction right now. We'll probably end up covering Cancun. I think. Let me look at it again. Nah, it's not going to fall apart entirely. It's going to be weaker, yes, but it's not going to fall apart. And then over towards the Bay of Campeche, over towards the Gulf, the waters are warm enough to where it can re-strengthen. It's not going to be what it once was. It's not going to be a major hurricane. But it is going to re-strengthen back to a hurricane at the very least. But there is some wind shear over here that is going to help keep it weaker. Because by tomorrow, it's no longer going to be a major hurricane, which is good news. But like I said, once it crosses past the Yucatan here, it can strengthen. It depends on which part of the Yucatan it goes through. It seems like it's trending slightly more towards the north, where it won't be so bad. If you get more towards the central Yucatan, towards like Belize, then yeah, it'll tear it apart. But I think we're going to end up staying just a little bit to the north. Yeah, like I said, usually towards Cancun, that's when you have to kind of side-eye it a little bit. Best case scenario is you are right, though. Even then, we'll probably still be covering it. We'll probably be covering it early Friday morning from the looks of it. Maybe you'll get some rain. Oh, hang on a second. Let me go back to the cameras here. Actually, I do think rain might be in the forecast for your area. Oh, wow. There's a tornado warning in Nebraska. Oh, you caught on to it too, voice. Yeah, also 2-inch hail over there too. Ah, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, wait, you guys can't see. Oh, this is on the other screen. I'm actually going to go ahead and take a look at that. Ah, the heck with it. Why not? We'll sound the siren. Radar's not working, though. I can't get the radar to work. Uh-oh. Wait. Hang on a second. I got it fixed. Oh, that's why we got a whole radar hole here. Wait, no, we don't. Cheyenne. It's not an incredible radar view. But this, just like you said, over towards Sidney County. Or Cheyenne County, actually. This is radar indicated rotation, and also this is expected to be around Sydney at 2:10 Mountain Daylight Time. This is the storm that has the tornado warning, by the way. We still do have Radar Omega open. It's a decent looking storm. You can see the rotation here, the red and the green touching together here. We'll try and integrate that where we can here. I do think this event over towards western Nebraska and the high plains is going to be a little slow, though. But yeah, I got the Cheyenne radar up, though. Radar Omega was being just a tiny bit difficult, but we overcame it. I was just trying to get it to shift between the satellite, which I had it on for Beryl, and going back to regular radar or single radar mode. Winds don't look as bad over here now, which is good news. By the way, Atlanta, Florida girl, it does look like you have chances for rain over the course of the next 24 hours. It's just your typical Florida pop-up showers. Actually seems like that's going to be the trend throughout the majority of the week. We may get more focused chances of showers as we get into maybe Friday night, early Saturday. But then the weather pattern also looks like it was expected to get more active as time goes on. If I remember correctly, based off of the monthly outlook, July is going to be a little bit more active towards the Gulf Coast. Tropics may have a part in that, but the storm systems as a whole might also be a factor too. Then there's still the mystery of Invest 96L. I don't know exactly how that's going to pan out, but it definitely looks like I wouldn't expect this one to form into anything anytime soon. There's always that outside chance that it does, but whatever happens with it, I do think it brings moisture into the equation for maybe some part of the U.S. Oh, you're thinking that we're gonna see destructive interference with that storm. Oh yeah, that honestly goes without saying. Yeah, they're probably gonna end up interacting with each other. I think as it stands right now, even just looking at it, it already looks like we've lost our tornado potential. That inflow notch is just about gone now. Maybe a new bounded weak echo region might form just to the southwest, though. Maybe you could get a little quick meso to pop up and maybe it'll spin off something. Maybe it won't. Truthfully, I wasn't planning on covering this area. I guess since we're here, we're just kind of trying to figure out what's going on with Jamaica as best as we can. Figure out just watch that storm. But here's a view for you, by the way. But you see what I'm talking about, how that inflow is kind of gone away here, and then you're seeing new development a little further off to the south here. Oh. Here's Kingston, by the way, for anyone that's still interested in that. And also, I will tell you, you got to be careful following those polygons. Because sometimes those polygons only show where that storm is anticipated to go in that time. Because there are times where it'll do that 1 minute and then it'll take a little unexpected turn. That polygon ends up having to be replaced. Oh, dang. So I actually did take a look at the tornado warning over in Nebraska. Yes, I did. I do have Nebraska up right now. Is that what we're talking about over there? But yeah, we just talked about this storm right here. Yeah, we're kind of jumping back and forth a little bit. I mean, we're kind of limited right now considering the fact that a lot of cameras in Jamaica got knocked out by the wind. But yeah, if you want to send them over, definitely. I'll probably be on for a couple hours longer, at the very least. Uh, I mean, I'm doing a little bit of Nebraska coverage. I wasn't really planning on doing a full-on stream, but you know. But yeah, if you could share me out, that'd be awesome. Alright, we're gonna try the yacht club again. I don't think this camera is working though. I still think this one is out of action. Wait. Nope. Yeah, it's still out. Hey, welcome, Baconator. About time one of my mods came in. Sheesh. Eventually they do kind of drop off after a while. At one point we were up to almost 50, I think. I think we may have actually exceeded it. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, we hit 50. But hey, it's all good, man. But yeah, we were going. I think right now, yep, we're over 2,000 views. This is actually about to be the most viewed content I've done, period. Like, cause my most viewed video was 2.3. We're at 2.2 right now. Oh, it's all good, man. Yep, that camera's still out. That camera got nuked earlier by the winds. Alright, folks, so I guess we'll be kind of switching gears on and off a little bit. We'll be looking at the severe weather that's going on over towards the western high plains a bit. And, of course, we'll be covering Beryl as it continues to make its close pass to Jamaica here. Don't expect a landfall at this point with Jamaica, at least. Of course, we'll be gearing up for the next landfall, which will be over towards Mexico. So the storm has also had a history of producing up to ping pong ball sized hail. Yeah, I don't expect this one to last for right now. Like I said, if there's going to be a new warning, it might be over here if a bounded weak echo region forms. Baconator, we went through this yesterday. I really would suggest that you do not do that due to how poorly that can be taken out of context. Yeah, I do see a new inflow notch here, but I do think that that cell is going to crash into that and kind of inhibit. Still has a chance though. It has that inflow that'll still help it keep going. Maybe it could recycle, especially if it clears out this little bit of noise here. Yeah, you produce grapefruit-sized hail out of your back end, man. And that seems very painful, man. By Potter. That's almost worthy of timing you out, man. That's almost worthy of timing you out, man. Like, you out here pushing the envelope, man. Look at you. That's even worse, dude. Like, yeah, that's even worse, dude. Like, this is what I mean. Just stop. No, Baconator's about to be timed out. That's all. Welcome back, Bill. How you doing, man? No, you didn't do anything wrong, voice. You're all good, man. You are all good. Looks like Kingston's just about out of the worst of it now. Alright, so here it is. This is the closest approach that we're going to get from Beryl to Jamaica here. Nah, that's buffering because of you. I'm chilling right now, man. I'm just chilling. Beryl is not gonna be making landfall here towards Jamaica, it looks like, which is great news. Then again, Beryl is a little bit outside of that cone of uncertainty too. So it is wobbling a little bit closer than I expected. Probably gonna get a 5 o'clock advisory. We're gonna get a 5 o'clock advisory here on Beryl here, or at the top of the hour, basically, for those who don't live in the East Coast of the U.S. here. I know some of you vary from the areas that you live in. Am I still playing guitar? Yes. I don't play it much these days right now. I've been so busy covering the weather and working, it's been difficult to continue to practice. But I am going to be practicing more this week and try to get back into the swing of things a bit more. And then also I've had a pesky wrist injury that's been also making it worse. Like, it was a hand injury that I got from boxing where I think I may have sprained my wrist. But I have a couple of different video ideas, some of which are even for this channel, where I might show off some guitar playing here and there. I'm excited to see how that turns out. Got some stronger winds over here towards Kingston once again. I need to start restringing some of my guitars again. It is about that time. Just going through all of these at once kind of sucks, I ain't gonna lie. I want to get at least one guitar cover done though, for sure. So along with cover and Beryl, we're kind of switching back and forth between this little bit of severe weather that we have going on over towards Western Plains. We may see a couple tornado warnings here and there. We have one right now that's set to expire within the next minute. That's been preceded by a severe thunderstorm warning that has a considerable tag on it now. So we could see up to 70 mile per hour winds with this as well. Yeah, the rotation's just about gone. For my 6 strings, by the way, I do use Ernie Ball's bill. It varies on what I'm trying to do and what tuning I'm playing in. For the lower tunings, obviously, I want to use about 11 to 54. I'm curious to set one of my guitars up to try 12s someday, but that's after I really get back into the swing of things with practice. But for the most part, I either use 10 to 52s, 11 to 52, or wait, hang on. 10 to 52, I think it's 11 to 54, and a 10 through 54. That's what it is. Those are the 3 gauges I like to use, and then for my 7 string, I think it's 10 to 59. For my basses, I stick with either the 105s or the 110s. The 45 to 105 or the 52 or 55 to 110. I'm trying to find where the 70 mile per hour winds are with this. Is it this little corridor here? Thank you. Glad you like my choices there. Yeah, I don't like playing on noodles for strings. The tension's not there, I just don't play as well. I like to actually feel that whenever I'm playing guitar. Oh, new tornado warning, by the way. So we're gonna go switch over here. We're also got the potential for up to golf ball sized hail with this storm towards Medicine Lake here. Let's try to see if we can get the radar to work. There we go. For the most part, this kind of looks like some broad rotation here. I think we were a little late to this warning. We've been kind of just jumping back and forth here. No, we're not too behind. But this is Cherry County in Nebraska, by the way. This is moving east at 15 miles an hour. This is going to mainly stay over rural areas. But the Schoolhouse Lake and Steers Creek Campground need to be on the lookout, along with the Anderson Bridge State Wildlife Management Area. It's just a dislocated wrist. I don't think there's any torn ligaments. I sure hope not. I mean, I can still move it without much issue. It's just sometimes the pain gets to me. I should be able to heal up pretty nicely now at this point, though. So I'm not too worried about it. Definitely don't need a cast on it or anything like that, which is good. Here's that little area of rotation right here. Seems like a little second area, maybe even a third area, where we have some shear. I think a big reason why we're seeing these tornado warnings right now is due to the mountains here just off to the west here. Getting a little gravity wave to pop off here. This cell actually looks really good on reflectivity. I do drink alcohol from time to time. I don't drink excessively. Like every few weeks or so, I might have a beer or two. That's about it. But even then, I've kind of cut back on that even. Like sometimes I've gone months without drinking. I do enjoy a cold one once in a while. Yeah, I mean, I kind of had my heyday a little early on, but even so, I wasn't really the type that got blackout drunk like that. Oh, speaking of which, Voice, are you still there? I think we're seeing an example of outflow dominance here and a gust front beginning to develop. In fact, there is an example right here. It's a perfect example. But right here, this storm here, you see how there's this little green line right here that's rushing away from the storm? That's rain-cooled air. That's outflow that's beginning to occur here. Another reason why you can tell that is you can see how this, how you see this little backward C shape beginning to take shape. That's another telltale sign of outflow dominance right here. And you see that happening with this storm too. The gust front has just developed with this, or it's just popped up on radar. It's already been there, but now it's starting to become more notable. So with this, you can see an increase. You could see an increase in damaging wind potential with these two storms. No problem, man. No problem. In fact, I do think I have a video in the Weather Nerd 101 playlist that talks about this. I could get more in depth with it though. See a little thing going on here with this little hook. We need to keep an extra close eye on that. Yeah, the Kingston Harbor's still out. I don't think that's coming back. Might not even be a point at looking at the harbor for the rest of the stream. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, that camera got took out. When I play towards Rapid City. Oh. Oh, I see. I see what you're talking about. I think I know this. What's the name of this? I can't think of it off the top of my head. But I remember Contingents and I were talking about this the other day. I think someone had asked us this in chat before, but now I'm drawing blank. It's a type of cloud formation that sometimes will pop up out ahead of the storms. But this is also moisture being pulled into the storms as well, too. But there's a name for it. It's like on the tip of my tongue, but I can't seem to get it out. I'm gonna look it up. No, I see it on Rapid. No, I see it in. Oh, the cloud. Oh, being pushed away. I think that's Cirrus clouds being picked up here, actually. Okay. I thought you were talking about this area where it was rushing into the storm. And then we're also on the edge of this frontal boundary here, which also is playing a part. A lot of times when you get severe weather, you have what? Dang it, I can't remember it right now. I think this is convergence that you're seeing here. Yeah, this is convergence. Okay, so this has more to do with the upper levels of the atmosphere, actually. So with divergence, it's where the air is kind of spreading apart, like you're seeing here. And then the atmosphere always tries to find a way to put itself back into balance. So you get convergence, which is this right here. But it's rare that I see this on radar like that. I think this partially has a lot to do with the mountains being off to the west as well. And maybe the increase in elevation here. This is a question Contingents probably knows better than I do personally speaking. I have to look that. I'll have to talk with Contingents about that one because we talked about that a while back, but I can't fully remember how to explain it well. What amp do I use? I use a PV Viper VIP3. That is both my guitar and bass amp, actually. The VIP in PV Viper actually stands for variable instrument preset. So I could plug up a keyboard to this, I could plug up a guitar, I could plug up a bass. And then of course there's also the option of MIDI. Also, these have their own little MIDI board foot switch, which I have one of, thankfully. But yeah, these are awesome. Don't know what I would do without this amp. And I'm also lucky enough to have the 100-watt version, so it's got plenty of power. As most PVs do, but 100-watt is no joke. I do think this storm towards Merriman is actually starting to uptrend a bit here. While we're doing that, let's go ahead and take a look at what Beryl is doing right now. Hey, I like the Fender Mustangs. I used to have one a long time ago. This was back when I was with my first band. That amp is incredible. Like, I got some really nice tones on that. I mean, you need pedals for it, or I do, in order to get the sound I really want. But that clean tone channel is so good, and the distorted channel too. Mine is still alive too, technically. It's just complicated how that happened. I don't really want to get into the story. It kind of makes me mad when I think about it. In any case, though, Funnel Cloud reported with that storm towards Nebraska right now. Hello, Isaiah. Also, guys, if you haven't, make sure you're hitting that like button too, by the way. It's our most viewed stream, but not our most liked stream, which is kind of surprising. See if we can smash all the records tonight. My wah pedal broke years ago, and I have not had it in me to replace it yet. I was trying to see if I could figure out how to fix the other foot switch pedal on the right side of my thing, because I think the wires kind of went out of whack on it. Otherwise, I actually think I think there's a preset wah on here. Yeah, honestly, sometimes. It's all good though, guys. I was really just talking trash. It doesn't matter if this ends up being the most liked streamed or not. But this is definitely looking like it's gonna break the record for the most viewed video in general that we've done. Yeah, I used to have a Dunlop Crybaby, I think. Either that or it was a Behringer, but the spring had broke on it when I was practicing with my first band a long time ago. So, fortunately, that one had killed over. Yeah, I think there's like a I think there's a setting on my amp to where I could create my own wah, but it probably wouldn't be the same kind of quality as what I would want. So just gonna probably upgrade whenever I get the chance. So the Medicine Lake storm now has a funnel cloud with it. There is a chance that this ends up touching. Yeah, I'm not all about the numbers, man. As I've said before, man, the numbers can be a pitfall, dude. That is one thing about it. You fall down that trap, it can ruin your self-esteem completely. Like the worst, and that's probably the worst thing you can do with being a content creator. I mean, always strive to do well, yes. Make no mistake about it, you should always strive to do well and try to improve your content, but at the same time, you know, yeah. Don't make it to where that consumes you completely. Be different if you're making money from this like full time like me. What's up, Bill? Yeah, I figured it was getting pretty late over there. Alright, man, have a good night. We'll see you next time. Glad you could catch up. No problem, man. Hope to see you again soon. Till then, have a good night, man. Horns up. Alright, so we're only a handful of wow. We're only a handful of views away from breaking the record for our most viewed anything on the channel here. We're actually 28 views away exactly right now, and the count is still going up. Hey man, what you do is your business. I'm not judging you. You forget I'm also a metalhead that's been in multiple bands. It's not something I necessarily partake in, but it's nothing that I judge people for. People did that around me all the time. So, do what you gotta do, man. I have plenty of friends that still do it. And do far worse. So, or old friends that have done far worse. So, definitely not judging you. Just don't let it consume you fully, that's all. Yep, this storm still has that considerable severe thunderstorm tag. I mean, there's guys on the server that partake, so, hey. Not gonna say who, but honestly, it doesn't bother me. Yeah. Yeah, I know a few people that have let it do just that. You gotta be also who you get it from too. You also gotta be careful who you get it from. That much I do know. I was expecting something to come in on my end also for anyone that's that was wondering why I was looking at my phone here. Because today is rent day and I'm trying to make sure that I don't end up being too far into the hole here. I can get myself out of that, but you know, sometimes things get a little bit hectic. Baconator is helping move furniture right now, so I think he's going to be in and out a little bit. Isaiah popped in recently, and then he just dipped out, I guess. Maybe I should hire for more mods. Maybe I should start an application process. I'm just kidding. I got this one pretty well under control, I would say. Really, the mods are there for like the bigger events, like if there was like a big tornado outbreak, then I would be more inclined to lean on them a little bit. Even then, thankfully this computer is powerful enough for me to cover a lot of the stuff that I already need to, so we're in good shape there. Oh, you're good, man. You're good. So we did have an observed tornado, by the way, here. This was just outside of Gurley. It's a very brief tornado from the looks of it. There's a brief ground circulation reported by the fire department. Yeah, like I said, I try to be pretty laid back, man. I'm not really into having to be all worked up and high strung. It's a lot of stress. I don't really need that. What's that noise? What was that noise? Hang on a second, I'll be right back. Sounds like somebody's outside my door. Alright, I'm back. So we're good for now. I don't know what that noise was. I guess I was just hearing things. I was about to say, who the hell got in my house? Still have that little region right here that looks kind of sus right there. Oops, wrong. I hit the wrong thing. There's some rotation right there to go along with it. Yeah, I hate when that happens to me too, because I'm like, dude, like, why are you doing that? Like, just relax, man. You're good. You're good. Love it if we could get to 35 here. 35 likes. We're very close. Oh, hey, there we go. Just as I say that. How about that? It's been an awesome stream, though, today. Can't say enough about you guys. Thank you again. Once these tornado warnings slow down here, we might shift a little bit more towards the damaging wind threat, just a tiny bit. We still have this little bounded weak echo region here we might need to keep an eye on. You can see the green and the red touching there. Might get a sneaky little tornado warning to pop up here. Oh yeah, it definitely looks like it's trying to spin. So we'll need to keep an eye on that as we go forward. Alright, so I'm going to do a little bit of shifting around here really quickly. It does like things are it does look like things are starting to calm down over towards Kingston for sure now. They still have power outages to deal with over there. Okay, so here's some reports from Jamaica, by the way, while we're looking at these storms. Winds gusted as high as 81 miles per hour towards Norman Manley International Airport. I haven't seen any reports right now in regards to storm surge or any reports of any injuries or beyond. Yeah, it does look like that typically is what a bounded weak echo region will look like. The rotation normally will tend to be on the north side, but it does look like it's struggling here a little bit. We have this tiny little pocket right here that's still trying to get itself going. I think the surging winds over towards this direction here are taking over, and that rotation's getting stretched out and weakened as we continue to go forward. I really think that's going to help for the damaging wind threat, but it's going to drop the tornado threat on that one for sure. Alright, it's official. This is the most viewed content that I have ever put up. Thank you again for that, you guys. Appreciate you all a bunch. Yeah. This environment is not the most suitable for tornadoes. If anything really develops, it's going to be more so on the fringe of this front here. Maybe a little further to the north, like over here. Up towards maybe far northern Nebraska, things could get going a little bit better briefly. But the further out to the east this goes, the threat's going to continue to diminish. So whatever coverage I do with this area, it's going to be very brief. The further to the east that this goes, the less favorable the environment is for severe weather. I'm also looking at some model data right now. It's kind of backing up that hypothesis that I've made. I was expecting the initiation time to be a little bit later, if I was being honest, though. So I'm a little bit surprised that we're seeing this activity early on, but it kind of bodes better for us. These storms form later. It has a little bit more low-level jet to work with. This little area right here. Yeah, it's still looking pretty broad, though. That's the good news. Let's go ahead and look at reflectivity, see what we get with this. May get a brief window for this to produce, but then after that... Wait, no... No, it's not. Wait, maybe it will. If it can get past this little area of rain-cooled air that's created, it can do something, actually. It could actually be ingesting its own energy off of the out of the outflow boundary it's created, if it pushes itself further off to the north and east. I think the odds are against it, but you never know. It could. I still think it's going to end up showing itself bowing out. But if it can sip in a little bit more inflow and tighten up, I do think there's an opportunity. This storm still has solid rotation with it as well. The window's going to decrease with that. That boundary looks cool with it. Maybe. I kind of lean against it. Right now it's still just looking kind of broad. Let me split these. Let me go with the split. If this does produce a tornado, it's more than likely going to be rain wrapped. I think this has the best shot for sure. This area here, I still see a lot of rain cool air rushing out of it. Like, we'll have to see what it does in the next couple scans for sure, as to whether or not it ends up being tornado warned. But on its current trend right now, it's kind of seesawing, but I'm willing to bet that we're gonna see something we're gonna see a tail form off of this. And if a tail forms, it may end up doing the backwards C shape. And if so, then that's gonna be outflow dominant. I'm gonna go ahead and loop this here just to kind of see how it's trended here. It might make an attempt. I think it does make an attempt. Also, an update on Hurricane Beryl. It's making its close pass. Like I said, if it makes landfall, it's gonna literally just be making a tiny little skirt over the southern parts of Jamaica here. This is what I'm looking at right now on satellite currently. You can see it pretty clear. There's the eye still. It's not as impressive as it once was. They're still struggling to hold it together, and it's going to continue to be that way. But you can see clearly, though, it is very close. It is extremely close. All while in the meanwhile, we still have our severe thunderstorm warnings over here. Yeah, it looks like we're still struggling with that outflow just a little bit, but it still looks kind of sus right here. Looking for a little bit of extra info on Jamaica right now too. We're trying to cover both as best as we can. Doesn't really look like I have much in the way of information available for the region. It's been a real struggle. Hang on a second here. This storm is really starting to pull itself together here. Daggone it. I think it's gonna try and make an attempt at least. I don't know if it'll do it or not. Yeah, it's a very close, like I said, it's a very close pass to Jamaica, but I think Jamaica's gonna be okay. I mean, they're gonna have some power outages, they're gonna have some flooding for sure. But as far as the landfall is concerned, we're okay. It's gonna be very close though. It's gonna be within a hair, and a hair honestly for a tropical system is about 20-30 miles. We talked about it earlier. It really doesn't come as any surprise. I wouldn't be surprised if this produced a gustnado actually. It's a little tornado that would, or not even a tornado, it's a little rotating feature that would occur right around the area of the gust front. You can even see the signature right here out ahead of it. In fact, you even see another little point of rotation right here in the gust front itself. So I do think a gustnado or landspout would be possible with this. As far as the tornado itself, at the moment, rotation is very broad at the moment. Now, do I think that this could still evolve? Yes, but it's kind of hard to say. It's still got that inflow notch, so that I'm not saying the chance is zero. Kind of hard to say. That's a tough one to answer actually. I'll have to scale it, because here's the complicating part. Whenever we get these hurricanes that start to impact land here, they kind of mushroom out actually, almost like how a bomb does. So these storms will actually increase in size after land interaction, not in strength necessarily, but in overall size. So what'll happen is the feeder bands that are around Beryl, for example, will actually expand outward. Like they're affecting Haiti and Dominican Republic and also Cuba right now, like across the entire way. I even think some of the Bahamas may even get a little piece of the action here. Like if I were to look at the satellite right now, let me update this too while I'm at it. Like if you look at it right now, you can see Beryl, and you can see how these bands are actually increasing outward in size as we continue to go forward here. So this storm is actively growing as it's going over land. Like when you see this go over Mexico in the next couple of days, you'll see this grow even further. Well, yeah, up and there goes that inflow notch. Just as quickly as it got going, there it is. I think it produced a gustnado maybe, but even that's gone now. I'll take a quick look at something really quickly. I'll take a quick look at Beryl though, while we have the opportunity. Okay, so I'm gonna say we'll start from right here and we'll go all the way towards the bottom. We'll go with that being all of Beryl as a whole. So right here, all the way to right here, 500 miles. if we're going like band to band right now, and honestly, I think we could probably even include some of this as Beryl as well. So we took it from that cross section. Let's try this one. You're talking somewhere between 500 to 700 miles here. But yeah, these hurricanes are freaking huge, man. That's why a lot of people fear these more than tornadoes, because the scope of damage that a hurricane can cause, and not to mention it can still produce tropical tornadoes. That impact is at times what you would think of as just simply unfathomable. Like, I remember Katrina, even though it weakened as time went on, the overall size of the storm increased as well. And that's another thing. As these storms start to weaken, they do grow in size, especially if they were already major hurricanes. Like, I remember plenty of cases where we've had small storms end up going to Category 5 status really quickly, but the bigger storms have often produced damage that at times would exceed that of what you would see from a small Category 5. Like, if you were to put Hurricane Andrew, for example, in size comparison to something like a Hurricane Katrina or Hurricane Rita, the difference would leave you astounded. Let's look over to the south here, see what we got going on. Probably can be on for maybe about another hour, and then I'll probably have to get off so I can get ready to do some more work. What a stream though, guys. This has been awesome. That's actually a good question. I'm not a marine scientist, so that's one I might not be able to answer for you there. That is a completely different field. That is far beyond the realm for me. That is something I'm like sort of curious about. Who knows? Maybe my nephew knows about it. He was looking at maybe becoming a marine biologist, which would be pretty cool. Alright, we're going with that here. seeing a pretty similar look with these storms further to the south. And after looking at some model data here, the tornado threat here, there is one. This is in a marginal 2% area for tornadoes. The damaging wind threat seems to be the highest here still. Even that is semi-marginal. This could consolidate into a nice little line of storms here, though, and do some pretty impressive some impressive dirt here. Really think it'll be more over towards this region here, between maybe southern Nebraska, where it really picks up. I figured that I kind of figured that they would. I mean, I wouldn't want to be close to the surface in the middle of a hurricane. I know that much, so I'm pretty sure they wouldn't either. I'm sure they'd be able to sense it, so that makes sense. Heh. But even so, I could never be sure, since, you know, it's not my field. Like I said, I'm pretty sure my nephew will probably know something about that. Depends on how much he's studied on it already, though. He's always seemed to like fish, too. Yeah, that is true. Those ants retreat into that mound real quick. That much I do know about. That's also because of landscaping, though. Also, the 5 o'clock update has come in for Hurricane Beryl. It's still holding at 140 mile per hour winds, so it is still a Category 4 right now. Very dangerous Category 4. It has not made landfall. It's still staying to the south of Jamaica, or at least the center of circulation is, and it's allowing it to hold together. We'll still kind of be watching to see how things progress beyond that point, to see where we end up with the cone of uncertainty here. But we're continuing to see that little bit of a push off to the north and east, just slightly here, in regards to maybe southern Texas here. So Corpus Christi to Brownsville definitely still needs to be on watch for this. This is a look at the latest advisory here from Hurricane Beryl. Also, guys, I see we're getting awfully close to 40 likes here. Let's see if we can actually get there. We're only 2 likes away. Can we make it happen? Also have a severe thunderstorm warning with 2-inch hail potential again. A couple others with golf ball sized hail. None of these have a 70 mile per hour tag, which is kind of surprising, especially considering this area has the hatched risk right now. Like I said, the further east we go, the less potential these storms have. I think the further away these storms get away from the frontal boundary here, I think that's also playing a part. I think the reason why we ended up having a brief ground circulation here earlier is because we were right on the edge of that front. The storm was able to get rooted to the surface with that. If you can get a storm to root at the surface and go to the vertical, even if it's not a supercell, you can still get a tornado. Well, that's one of the many ways it can happen. It does look like these storms are partially weakening, actually. That's a shocker. I think these storms might have fired a little early. Isn't that a shocker? Alright, we'll see what these do over the next hour. At the top of the hour, we'll probably call it a stream here. We've almost been on for 5 hours covering Beryl, and now we're covering the severe weather. Really wasn't even planning to cover this one. I didn't know just what we would get out of this. I didn't expect a whole lot, truthfully. But since we were here and we ended up covering Beryl longer than expected, I figured why not. Plus I had a couple people ask about it, so I said, you know what, let's do it. I'm grateful for everyone that's tuned in, whether it's for Beryl or for this coverage here. I want to thank you for tuning in. It's been an awesome stream. It's been a record-breaking stream for the channel. This has been our most viewed piece of content ever put out onto YouTube. And I can't be more I couldn't be more grateful if I tried. I'm very thankful. And also records are meant to be broken soon too, so there's that. It's been quite a bit of hail today though too, including this baseball-sized hail report. This was reported by a trained spotter in South Dakota, actually. So, look at views. We're currently sitting at 2,432 views and counting from this stream. Record-breaking numbers. As far as our peak concurrent viewers, we were at 50 at one point. And this was during the peak of Hurricane Beryl's impacts at Jamaica. There's a couple left, but for the most part, things have kind of slowed down there. I'm still keeping an eye on it. Like the harbor, I'm pretty sure is still down because there's local power outages here and there. It's not citywide though. I think we might have lost these cameras now too, finally. I think it's issues more with the internet more so than the power with this one. Then again, you never know. Yeah, it definitely looks like we're having internet troubles with this. Not on our end, obviously, but over there. Yeah, the winds towards Kingston are starting to die down now. On the backside of the storm, we are getting a little bit of storm surge, but it's going to be pretty minor at this point. The greatest storm surge is going to be now over towards this bay right here. Oh, wait, I'm showing the wrong map. But this is what we got going on right now. The winds towards Kingston have started to die down. We're going to have peak storm surge over towards this region now because we're getting fully onshore winds at this point. So as the backside of this storm goes through, we're probably going to see our most impressive storm surge here, and then maybe over towards Alligator Pond as we get later into the evening. Alright, so now that we've taken a look at our winds here, let's go ahead and go back here. Uh-oh. Gotta go to the bathroom again? Sheesh. Wow, so we've lost the entire severe thunderstorm warning with this part of the cell here. I think this is, this environment further off towards the east here is just really not that conducive for storms. Towards the south, we could still get a couple severe storms here. Not expecting a whole lot out of that. We're mainly going to see hail here for the early part of the evening. We may see a watch pop up here. We'll have to see how things progress with that. We do have a couple of isolated cells here and there that could produce a brief severe wind gust or maybe some hail up to about quarter size. And then from that point, we'll just go from there. Okay, so probably gonna hang out for another 30 minutes here before we get ready to head off here as we prepare to go to work. I want to say I appreciate everybody who's tuned in so far. Stay tuned because tomorrow we'll be back with another video, and then we'll probably be streaming again this weekend covering Mexico. And ultimately next week we'll probably end up covering either South Central Mexico or maybe even Southern Texas or North Central Mexico, excuse me. north central Mexico and Texas. Because the track of Beryl is still kind of unknown at this point. We still have a lot of questions as to where she'll finally end up. But we already know that we're going to see more impacts to land very soon. We will be here to cover it. How many days do I think until Idalia impacts where? That's the question. Because it could be Mexico, it could be US you're referring to. In either sense, I mean, I could give you an answer to both. Let's go look at the velocity one more time on these storms here. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much anything with that. I actually want to look at a couple of different parameters here. Change it up and look at the VIL. We do have some maxed out values there. Then hydrometer classification. Yep, there's our hail. There's our large hail there. Losing the signal with this one a little bit. There's a tiny little pocket there. Well, I guess I'm gonna assume that you're talking about either area. Early next week for Texas, Mexico, probably gonna be Sunday night from the looks of it right now. The Yucatan, it looks like it will probably be Friday night. No, it's not 5 days out. Well, it's close to 5 days. It's like 5 to 6 days. It's like, no, it is within 5 days. I'd say about maybe 3 to 4.5. I'd say 4.5 days. But Yucatan, we're going to be dealing with that by early Friday morning. So, going to be a different time we can do the stream then. So, we might even just do an update stream tomorrow. Oh, okay, let's see what we got going on here. trying to consider just what exactly I'm gonna do for tomorrow. There's also severe weather that I could cover. There's also I'm thinking of doing a bit of live coverage tomorrow too. I wish there was more of us on, more of you on right now. I would have made a voting poll. Oh, no problem. Good to meet you, Cookie Bear. I'm glad everything turned out all right over there. Yeah, we were covering that pretty immensely earlier. Unfortunately, we can't get a great view of anything going on further off to the west. But I'm glad things are okay. If you wouldn't mind, is the damage bad? Like, is everybody okay, or like what's going on over there exactly? Because I mean, I've seen on the cameras that things are improving, which is great. I've been kind of jumping back and forth between over there in the US. Oh, dang it, that sucks. Dang it. Okay, finally sent that message. I've been talking on Discord too, by the way, guys. So I've been trying to balance things as we go. Also, Cookie, I can expect things to continue to downtrend from this point. There is a question that I do have for you. Did I close out that wind map? There it is. Also, there was a new severe thunderstorm watch issued over towards parts of Colorado, just as we anticipated. But what is this area called over here again exactly? If you're still here, Cookie, if you could answer that question for me, that'd be awesome. Because I am curious as to where this is. I am concerned about the storm surge over here, because the wind is actually going to be pushing that water inland. Also, an update, that severe thunderstorm watch also includes parts of western Kansas as well. Storm coverage is slowly rising over towards that region. I wouldn't expect anything too crazy. There is the odd chance of a tornado, but the main threat is going to be more so damaging winds and hail. Okay, so that is Kingston and St. Andrew, this whole area here. Okay, so over towards the bay then, that's where the concern is going to be. So at that point, remnant storm surge and flooding seems to be your main threat from that point onward. And that's going to continue to be a thing as this continues to move off to the west here. It looks like it's going to... It looks like it just barely missed making landfall here too. Like, it is super close. But thanks for answering my question, by the way. I don't always get to ask chat questions. Half the time I'm like, you should. Half the time I'm thinking, if I ask a question, it's like, you should already know this. So it's nice that somebody was able to answer my question without being rude. Because I've actually had that happen before. Disappointing. Sadly enough, it's pretty disappointing when that happens too. This is a look at the storm right now. It has remained off. It's still holding off. It's getting very close though. Like, it's gonna be, I think it might be even less than 20 miles away from shore. I think it's gonna stay off though. Like I said, that is like here, like razor thin, like by the skin of your teeth close to landfall. I do wish I could zoom in on this map in particular, though. Alright, so looking at the severe weather threat, so we have going on here still. Storm coverage will probably be pretty spotty still. But we'll have to see how things progress over the next 20 minutes. Like I said, at the top of the hour, I'm going to have to head out and get ready to work. So... yeah, it was a lot closer. It was a lot closer than I expected. If it does make landfall, it's just barely gonna skim it and then kind of dip back out. I mean, this would be the type of year where that kind of stuff would happen. Just constant anomalies throughout the year. I like this riff, by the way. So I technically have two, but I also have a laptop on my third, and it's the third one that I use for chat. The second one I kind of switch, because like the two monitors are linked to the same motherboard, so I can literally drag the screen that I have to the left over here to the right. Like if I was looking at my analytics, I could do that. If I same thing for whenever I'm looking at live cameras, like for right now, like I'm looking at this vertical cross section of Beryl as well. Like I can drag that over here, or I can do the inverse and drag Radar Omega over here to my other screen so you can see what's going on with Beryl. But yeah, that's pretty much how my setup works. I am looking to get a third screen and then get a stand to where I could have multiple screens all attached to one modem. Then also have an adapter as well. So we're growing the setup. We are working on growing the setup. I would love to have at least about, I'd say 4, maybe 5 monitors. I heard guys like Ryan, they have like somewhere close to like 11 monitors, which is crazy. This little room that I have, I don't think the circuit breaker would handle that well. A, and then B, also, I don't have enough room on my desk. Ah, 30. You have. I mean, that's not a bad setup. I mean, really, the only reason I would want a little bit more fancy of a rig, it would be mainly because streaming takes up a lot of RAM. So honestly, that's why I didn't start streaming my first years, because I just didn't have the setup for it. Really, even when I did start streaming, it was a bit of a struggle. But yeah, if you have like about 3, I would say somewhere between 3 and 6 screens total, that's pretty healthy. I mean, technically, if you really want to be crazy, I could maybe try to implement a 4th screen, but that computer runs so slow. That laptop, it runs so slow. Like, I've had that laptop since 2015, nearly 10 years. So, I don't want to put that kind of stress. Yeah, but I have a gaming PC motherboard. It's on the bottom end of that spectrum, but it's great for streaming. So long as I can keep my internet connection stable, which I have through an Ethernet cable, I'm good. If I don't, it can be a little bit sketchy. But I only have 2 screens connected to the motherboard. The third one can't really do it. Yeah, I'm trying to work with contingents on that. Maybe after a while. Oh, the old laptop. Yeah, that's true. I could do that. Whenever I can find the time, I'll definitely do it. I don't know when that's gonna be though right now. But there are also some other things I need to do to that laptop. Like I need to put some new screws on it too, because the bottom's been. Because whenever I try to pick it up, I notice the bottom will try to hang off a little bit. It's like some screws might have fallen out for it. No, like I said, I've been talking with contingents about it. I might do it within the next couple of weeks. We'll see what happens. Yeah, contingents has kind of put me up to speed on that. Like That's partially the reason why I picked the mods that I have, even though they aren't always available, and it's not their fault. I mean, whoever I pick is whoever. Whenever I decide to get more mods, it's not that they're necessarily going to be fired or replaced or anything, because I can't pay any mods anyhow. I don't have the money to do that. I'd love to, but yeah, the reason I picked mods like Contingents and Baconator first, because they're the first two, is because not only are they savvy with the weather, but they're pretty good with computers. They know what they're doing. So they've given me a lot of advice over this last year or so. So it's helped the channel come a long way. It's helped me come a long way with how to run the stream. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. But yeah, the laptop though, I'd be happy to do that. I just want to make sure I have everything backed up here. But yeah, it also has external problems like the USB ports are broken. And there's some stuff on, I think there's like a few old song files on there that I have that I want to make sure is backed up before I do anything with that. There might be one port on there that works. But yeah, I'll have to check it out at some point. Probably after tonight, when I do my Uber Eats run, I'll go ahead and check it. I'll go ahead and check that out and see if I can work towards beginning that process. Contingents indeed uses Linux or Linux. Yeah, Contingents 100% uses Linux. And Linux goes really well with OBS as well, from what I hear too. So I mean, if I had the guts, I would do it with the main. But with what I have now, it kind of works, so it's not a huge issue. I think you and Contingents would probably get along pretty good. I think y'all would have some interesting conversations when it comes to computers. I knew that was coming. Yeah, I mean, just think about this. I'm sure you can imagine what it was like trying to learn this at first. Like, not necessarily the weather, but the whole streaming process. That was something. Oh, it's the hail threat. Little weak region right here. But just as quickly as that looks like it was trying to do something, it already looks like it's kind of coming apart. It's just those unfavorable parameters further out to the east coming into play. Yeah, look at how that broadened out so quickly. At one point, it actually did look like it was trying to do something. But it just withered away so quickly. Yeah, that's really just been the MO of a lot of these storms. Like, you can maybe get some brief rotation with them, and just as quickly as it tries to flare up, it goes bye-bye. It went bye-bye. So fast. Alright, we're in the final 10 minutes here. It's been a fun stream. It really has. Very unfortunate news that we got, though, out of Jamaica today. Fortunately, people did not make it. Can only hope that more people heed the warnings for next time. But only 7. But 7 compared to what it could have been is always... As much as 7 is too many, try to take it for what it is. It could have been a lot worse. We also have to be thankful that that storm didn't make a full-on landfall here. Let's just hope that it continues to be that way. Yeah, for about another 10 minutes. After this, I'm going to probably be running out to do DoorDash. Or Uber Eats, I mean, not DoorDash. Yeah, it's still not quite over yet for Jamaica. A little further off towards the west, there's still some stuff going on there. But I can't really get a good look at it, for one. And then two, I still gotta work. And also today's rent day too, so I need to go ahead and pay that real quick too. So I got my own little errands, but I figured I'd try to make some time for you guys. But yeah, there's no cameras further off to the west, which really sucks. Yeah, everything's pretty much focused over Kingston and St. Andrew. And just as quickly as that watch got issued, it feels like we're already starting to lose some of the polygons off to the west. That's crazy. It's crazy how quickly this has gone through. Seems like by the time 8 o'clock comes in, probably gonna be done, actually. Oh, I know. I'm hoping it stays at 7 if it's gonna be any number at all. It is what it is. I mean, unfortunately, we can talk about the weather on here all we want to, but those guys still have to take action. Can't make them do it. It is what it is, though. Got a little 63 mile per hour gust over here. It's from a Mesonet station in Apache City. This is 6 miles south of Colorado City. Ooh, excuse me. I'm due for a nice little stretch after this stream right here. Yeah, we definitely broke a record today. Still counting. I think we're ending out at 2561 and still counting. Might get close to 2600 before all is said and done. I haven't even checked my sub count in a while. I know we started out the stream at 939. Thing is, I have to keep updating the numbers manually. Alright, let's check and see what we got. Oh, 951 now. Alright. That's cool. So we're within the final 50 of reaching 1,000, man. That's crazy to think about. We're actually almost there. It seems like it's realistically in sight, which is freaking cool. I feel good about that. That's something to feel good about for sure there. Yeah, it seems like once we got the 900, it's either they want me to hit that 1,000 or I don't know what it is, but we're, like you said, we've been doing well, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we're doing well. Like I said, I'm not trying to get too caught up in the numbers though. And we're at 39 likes right now. We're one away from 40. And there it is. How about that? Well, like I said, it's been a heck of a stream tonight, or this afternoon. I'm so used to doing the streams at night. It's kind of weird. And then Friday, of course, we're going to probably be doing another one. We may do a emergency live stream tomorrow discussing what's next with Beryl. And then we'll kind of go on from there. We'll figure out what to do tomorrow with severe weather too. But we'll figure out how tomorrow works, and then of course probably early Friday morning we'll actually go live to see the landfall, to see a full-on landfall, probably over towards Belize. Yeah, it's gonna be a long weekend though here. Let me see where my water is, by the way. Got a little bit left. We'll finish this out, and we're finishing out the stream along with it. Alright, guys. This is it for today. Appreciate you all, and I will see you guys tomorrow.